Good afternoon. At least it was afternoon in my time zone when I started to post this. Anyway, welcome to the second developer's commentary video for the Secrets of Dyrt. And I'm going to do the second chapter now, which of course starts in the Dragon Crack Forest, and that is also where the second chapter will be announced by the game. Well, Silacandra will try to make a run for it. However, fate will bind her to this group. Well, then you know now where the Traveler's Emblem in that in the Dragon Crack Forest is, and the name of chapter 2 is The Four Dragons. Yeah, let's see. You may have heard that the combat music has changed. I actually did this on purpose. Each chapter has its own combat tune. I had a very good reason for that. I mean, you could see that the so-called JRPGs are the most clear source of inspiration that led to the production of this game. And by the time the end of such game is reached, the combat music is always the most hated tune of the entire game. No matter how good that combat tune is, it's always the most hated tune of the game. And why is that? Because throughout the entire game you hear it in every fucking combat. That is why I decided to give each and every chapter their own combat music to make sure that this kind of boredom would not haunt you over the entire game. Now I really must say this, I bound the combat tunes to the respective dungeons and the chapter in which you were supposed to play them. Meaning that if you go back to a dungeon that you did during chapter 1, that you will still hear the chapter 1 music. Especially when doing the optional dungeons, this is of course important to keep in mind. In my later RPG productions or remakes, I did, of course, take a complete different approach and randomized the tunes that would play during combat in order to prevent you from hating the combat tunes. You may see a lot of enemies that you've met before, which are actually too easy now. That is because I wanted to only increase the difficulty slightly. However, there are a few harder enemies here. And these highwaymen are definitely one of the harder enemies. Now, since you have to pass through a few dungeons before you can reach any city except for Dublin, I did put better weapons and armor for all the current characters in this place. As I realized that it would be way too long before you reach the first actual city, and then you will actually unlock 2 in once. Still, yet, how many cities you can unlock in a short time is not that important. It's rather the time itself. A flame wand for Irrecoverably. This will cause her to cast flame spells. However, I have a very strong reason not to enter anything fire-based this particular portion of the game, and you will see soon enough why. You can reach these treasure chests without flying, and there is a way around it. That is of course just training. Get healing spell. I mean, I want Silacandra to learn more healing spells. So what else is there to do? Slashing whip. That is of course a weapon for Silacandra. She is the one using whips. Of course this gap is too wide for Irrecoverably to fly over. Now Silacandra can get herself over by using her whip and to swing it around the poles. As Silacandra also is a playable character in Luna's father, she will have that same combat ability there. I can already reveal that. And Eric has now Quick Strike, which is of course a very handy move to have. A sledge, that is a weapon for Brandor. Here it is. And then I got all the best weapons I can get at this stage of the game. Like I said, as this is optional and the tutorial about using the whip is not been put in place, I made it possible to walk the long way around it. that we don't see the heroes jumping towards the enemies were a few technical choices I had to make back in the time. In Luna's Father, I actually went for it to make the heroes jump onto the enemies when attacking. This, of course, if they are using a melee weapon, since Mira herself, who is there the main character, uses a bow, yeah, that will always allow her to shoot from a distance. So she won't jump onto the enemy. But I guess that was just stating the obvious. Well, let's just move to a new save game slot. New chapter, new save game slot. How about it? Well, we're out. I can see the highway from here. Let's say it was quite easy to get through this horrible forest. And I guess our partnership ends here. Goodbye, butterfly. Hopefully we'll never meet again. I'll eventually find you again, little scorpion. Pestering you is too much fun to pass up. Nah, finding an elf is not as easy as you think it is. Well, bye-bye! Then everyone falls into a trap that suddenly appears, hence the name Dragon Crack Forest. What the hell was that? I don't know, but whatever it was, we are down in a cave now. Well, I can the crack above. So I guess the crack part in Dragon Crack Forest appears to be true. Would that mean that dragon part is true as well? Impossible. Everybody knows that the 4 great dragons, Viria, Eris, Terran and Hydrolius, have been taken away from us. In Dutch I would pronounce these names as Viria, Eris, Terran and Hydrolius. You should know Butterfly. You should know Butterfly. It's part of your people's history after all. Not that I deem you smart enough to know about to know much about your own people's histories and traditions. You'd be surprised, little scorpion. That's enough, girls. Instead of arguing about fairy history, we can better find a way to get out of this mess. Of course, what Silakandra was referring to was the Black Dragon story, which is explained in the game The Fairy Tale, and my novel De Vleugels des Oorlogs. Both go into the deep of that part of fairy history. Easy enough for me. I can just fly out, but I can't carry you out of here. Well, there is a branch of magic that I never really troubled myself with to master, but this is an emergency situation. I can try to use levitation magic to get you out of here. Get the hocus pocus away from me! Well, in that case, I guess we only got one option, which is to investigate this cave and to see if there's another exit. that is of course what we have to do. I guess that for your own safety, you'll have to stick around with us a little longer, little scorpion. Now, this is another one-time dungeon. So let's use a different slot, which is for one-time dungeons always a wise thing to do. So I can't get out until I've completed it, but once I completed it, I cannot come back here. Now, this is a dungeon that I really took a lot of time in to design. And let's just have a move around in this. The starting point is actually the center, and basically there are some rooms around it in several shapes. But it does make the total setup a bit in a 9 room total grid, 3 by 3. Normally I take the quick way out of this dungeon, but that would not do much good as far as this video is concerned. Because what is now very nice to see is that there are 2 red blocks stacked upon each other. So basically remember, 2 red. As you can see, it's not only fire, but also undead. The experience system is, as you can see, also pretty dynamic. After all, you may have remembered that Irrecoverably began the game at level 1. Eric began the game at level 2, and Irrecoverably is now 1 level higher. How did she do that? There are some situations that can alter how much experience a character gets. One of the main reasons why I did that is because what always bored me a bit out in RPG games is that unless people are knocked down to the ground, they will always get the same amount of experience points. Meaning that if no one ever dies during the gameplay, all levels will go up in exactly the same speed. And I simply didn't wish that to happen. I wanted it to be a little more dynamic. Of course, since this is a one-time dungeon, you must take the Traveler's Emblem or you won't be able to continue. And here we see blue blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 red, 9 blue. Well, what would be here? Would it be worth the trouble or would it not be? By now the level cap is 40. Of course, this should also mean that Brandor can from this moment on get experience points. Well, let's take a look. As you can see, he too can now get experience points. That is, of course, providing you found all the necessary Traveler's Emblems. Sorry that I have to be pretty secretive about matters here. Although my focus lies on developers' commentary and not really on the scenario. I do not want to spoil things too soon here. The true spoilers of the things that you really don't want to know before playing the game, as far as you are wanting to be a spoiler free. The true spoilers will be at the end of the 3rd chapter. And there the most important revelations will take place. Now this is terrible. This is not really the most likely combination to win with those 3 ghosts. Of course, like before, they only have 1 HP. So basically any attack should help to get rid of those. I think I'll leave resurrecting Iravonia for when that last ghost is gone. Those slimes are not really dangerous. let's see. Okay, then I can start to get reviving, as Eric should be able to take care of that last ghost. I didn't mean for you to be more thinking. This is one of the dungeons in which... Fuck that! I don't wish to get through my entire stock of phoenixes. I hope. Let's see. Oh, that should do it. And just in time, I see. Wondering about the way that spells and abilities have been sorted in the abilities menu. Well, that is basically just an alphabetic order on the name of the spell or ability. Which is, of course, especially once you have unlocked more, a big help in making things easier. Well, and all the hard work for this battle has been done. Now I'd like to know... Alright. I don't really remember on what level I made Sinakandra get her first new spell, apart from first aid. Of course, this is a nice fight to practice. Of course, the bags are random treasures. You never know what's in there, and they can respawn. So basically, it is for completionist players, not the trophy to go after, and that is why I just placed them in as far as 5 dungeons are concerned. Fortunately, there are not that many of them, so that is... Well, I did all the encounters in this place. A new bar, because this is a new room, but if I go back to the old one, empty. Of course, this is to the right left. I did take some efforts to make those flame here happen well. Yeah, Shilakandra always needs a hook spot in the form of a ball. And here we see 1 white block. 2 red, 9 blue, 1 white. Of course there's a reason that I put so much emphasis on that one. And of course there's a reason that I can memorize this, as I have a very poor tolerance with memorizing numbers. And now I have been getting an incoming phone call, so I must pause the recording. Be right back. And yes, I'm back. I really don't know how much time I spent on that phone call. It was a pretty long phone call, but it was a long phone call nonetheless. Anyway, you do remember what I said before, that I had to go for 2 red, 9 blue and 1 white. And now let's go to the start of the dungeon again, as from there I can proceed. Of course, there is a random encounter now. Now I am in a little experiment, if this sounds better, because I have the sound turned off due to my phone call and I haven't yet turned it back on. But that is solely for the recording purposes, because I do sometimes hear a bit of an echo. And now that I have to do this I can test if that works works better, because this way I can test out if it will be worth the trouble to get myself a set of headphones. As an improvement for these videos. But you gotta remember, I don't have that much money, so I really need to check such things out. But you should hear the audio. It is the computer still produces the audio, sends it to my radio. I only turn down the volume knob on my stereo. But there's no way the computer could register that. So that is what I'm testing now until the point that I actually meet the boss, because it will be easier for me when I still hear the game's audio. Otherwise it is for me not a very nice playing experience, which I do need to record these videos properly. Well, this opening is only open when you take the Traveler's Emblem. This to make sure that you will take it. And don't miss it in case you are a completionist. Oh well. And I also mentioned the boss. Yes, there's a boss close by. Area. Good. And here you see 3 tablets, red, white and blue. Perhaps you can already guess a bit where this is going. It doesn't really matter which one you tap, as you can just see. And these numbers, well, I think it is obvious. This one has to be 1. I clicked it, you won't see it on the screen. And immediately after solving the puzzle, the boss will appear. Well, I will, before I start, make sure that I can hear the game's audio again. That's easier for me to play. Or at least make it a bit nicer for me to play. Hello. You heard that, and I dropped my desk. Well, I think you can already guess that this boss is completely based on fire. By the way, that puzzle 219, there's another reason why that was so easy for me to remember. As a kid, I had a very easy to hack numeral lock for my bicycle. And I think you know now what my secret code was to open it. I can tell you now, I don't know. And Silacandra has her first spell from many area, Cure Disease. Not really a spell that I would need in the course of this fight, but now of course the weakness of this guy is an element that I don't yet have. the frost element. Let's see. Well, whatever you do, don't use flame, as the boss will only heal on that. Surprise, huh? Rebecca doesn't have enough AP. Of course, I said it before in this video, I didn't want to equip irrecoverably with a firebomb, and I guess it is now completely clear why I didn't want to go that way. Now, this boss was not really intended to be hard. There will be harder bosses later in the game, or should I rather say more tactical bosses. There are some bosses that may appear very extremely hard, but which are actually easy when you know the trick. Irrecoverably finish what Gilligan started. Oh, let's do this. Cancel. If that is a wise course of action. Quick hit does less damage than a normal hit. However, it can cancel the enemy, and that is of course on what you can base your decision when it comes to whether or not it is a wise ability to use. What always gets me when creating RPG games is what the right amount of HP is for a boss enemy. I always try to balance that out right, but it quite often happens easily that some bosses turn out boring for having too much HP, or the boss fight being over in a flash due to too little HP. Of course, on some bosses that is done on purpose in order to make you see the actual trick that is behind them. Of course, in the New Game Plus, you would already have the possibility to use ice spells that will make this fight significantly shorter, but in a normal playthrough you won't have access to that. And well, of course, you see the results of that now, as Iravonia's splash spell is not really that strong. Yet it doesn't hurt to use it to train it out. I mean, eventually this can cause her to learn the move Tsunami, which is a pretty powerful water spell. So it's not really a wasted effort. Let's be sure to now, Silagandra's moment to shine as a healer will most of all come when she learns the recover and vitalize spells. Those are the spells that really matter when it comes to work healing. But hey, this is only the second dungeon in this chapter. The party vote changed during this chapter, so there will be no additions. Two. characters who will join during the first chapter will already introduce themselves in the storyline. But like I said, they will only join during the third episode chapter. Fire blast really made me have it. Oh no, not another fire blast. Yeah, you can sometimes see what the enemy is planning to do when their pointer is between command and action. I said it before. And both Eric and Rebecca are now able to cancel the enemy. And I'd say you should make use of that when it's really necessary. Of course, that won't help you against all enemies. Although cancel does always work, it can sometimes work against you when you try to cancel. Not to mention that the timing is, of course, very, very important. The missile going to the top left of the enemy, yeah, that was a bit of the woes that I was dealing with when setting this all up. I've really been looking at how to do that better in the productions and remakes that I did later. As you have to understand, each game I create is always a learning experience. Finding if I can do it better than I did before. Of course, it's only a cosmetic issue, but Still, it bothers me. Neutralize poison has been learned. Triple power strike, well that should do some damage, and that is actually enough to get past this boss. And now you will find yourself in a completely new room. Yeah, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, which is of course a reference to an existing music band. Basically, the dungeon could count as completed, but there is one more boss to fight. This room, when you go west here, you can you just have a room which you can walk around in order to train yourself up a little. It should, however, not be necessary. And what do we see here? An actual dragon. My name is Ruby the Red Dragon. Welcome to my lair. That's easy, Eric. I'm a dragon. I know everything. A dragon? I thought that 4 dragons were no more. Many people believe that Aria, Peria, Therium and Hydraulium were the only dragons in existence. It's true that they are the 4 children of the ancient Sperata, but more dragons exist. The ancient Sperata are, by the way, the creators of the world of Phantasar. Everything, eh? Can you tell me how many drops of water there are in the ocean? You doubt me, don't you, Silacandra? If you really know everything, you should know whether or not I doubt you. That was a rhetorical question. You shouldn't doubt a dragon, little elf. Yeah, I'd watch my mouth if I were you. He really looks like the real deal. And I bet he can easily turn you into charcoal. What do you know about dragons, Butterfly? If he was a real dragon, he'd never attack me. Dragons never attack people. All elves know that. It appears fairy lore does not contain such simple facts. Ah, Galfredo, you put me to the test to keep up with her. Galfredo, huh? It never ceases to amaze me. The fairies keep worshipping him as their supreme god. Huh? Galfredo is the god of mischief. He was banished by Yassatar after trying to cause genocide. When the fairy elder Nostramantu began his war against the humans, Galfredo solely chose the fairy side in order to mock Yavassar as a kind of revenge. But he was caught again and never to be heard of again. Is that true? Of course, my dear. Dragons never lie. But let's get down to business, Eric. You must be wondering why Jericho from the Order of Onyx is after you. The Order of Onyx? What's that? I'm not allowed to share that knowledge entirely with you, but I can tell you that this order has 4 members, of which Jericho is one. And you will meet the other 3 members soon enough. They are servants to a great evil, and they want you. What would I want my brother for? Is it for gold? Not that we have that much in our family. I may not fully answer that query, Rebecca. But I can tell you this, it's not gold they're after. Eric is special. Don't you just hate that? Normally I would not interfere in mortal affairs. But to me and my siblings, it's of great importance that the Order of Onyx, and most notably their leader, won't get a hold of Eric. And neither do you want that to happen, I suppose. That's why I want to bestow my powers upon you, Eric. It will enable you to call upon my powers and use them in combat to defeat your enemies. I can call upon a dragon's power, like a magician calls upon magic. That's one way to put it. Before I do, though, I must uphold dragon tradition, even in this time of crisis. I need you to fight me. Prove your strength to me, and my power shall be yours. Now, basically, if I can defeat the red dragon, I will gain the red dragon power and the skill for Eric. And that will enable him to cast fire-based attacking spells. Now I did power down this dragon a bit in difficulty, as Eric has to fight him alone. So he cannot rely on any help from his comrades, and as you can see, the dragon is quite strong. See that Eric has a bit of a resistance against fire. Basically, that was already a kind of a hint towards gaining the power of the fire. The chapter's name was The Four Dragons. so that would imply that Eric will have to fight 3 more dragons. And I can say this, that implication is correct. Yeah, why should I try to do this? Just going to lose laziness and throw his turn away anyway. But I will discuss more about how dragons are covered in this game when I get to the others as well. Of course, Eric is special, and no, I am not going to reveal what is so special about him. That will be revealed at the end of chapter 3, and that is why I warned you for the spoilers there. Of course, I will give another spoiler warning in that particular video. Great, Eric is special, and what's so special about him? I need to keep him on track all the time. Hey! And the only ones who could tell us what's going on are the other dragons. Oh, I see that I placed that in twice. And the red dragon fails to tell us where to look for them. Well, it's not my concern anymore. Nice knowing ya. Perhaps you could visit Emperor Gedriafula. He is said to know a lot about dragons. Well, see you later. Not so fast, young lady. Did you say we should visit Emperor Gedriafula? Huh? Yeah, I don't claim he is an expert. But as the dragons play a big part in the elfish lore, I'm quite sure he can help you the most. Well, bye-bye. Hold it. Happen to be the only elf in our midst. We will require your assistance a little bit longer. My assistance? We need to go straight into elfish territory, not to mention seek an audience with the elfish emperor. Don't you think, since none of us are elves, such a thing could be a bit inappropriate? Not to mention, I think that since it's your land, you know the way. I guess you really need me, don't ya? You will have to forgive the young lady for her rudeness, Ilacandra, but you have to understand she's a bit upset by what she just heard. I'm sure Eric himself too wants to know more about the situation he's in. I will come along too. This entire case has triggered my interest, and I'd like to know more about it. Alright, I'll take you to the Emperor and properly introduce you to him. But after we spoke with the Emperor, I'm going home and then you are on your own. Got it? And don't say a word, Butterfly, or I might change my mind. Relax, little Scorpion. Relax. Mind your blood pressure. Well, as we are out of here, let's go to a new slot. And now we will get straight back to the world map and 2 locations have been added. Iscaderio Forest is basically the way to go further in the scenario. The crossroads will grant access to the very city of Vendor, the town where Iravonia was born, and to Zenor, the hometown of Eric and Rebecca. Can learn his new spell. Now his flame spells do not seem to be too far off from Iravonia's, however, he can learn a few fire spells that Iravonia can't. Yeah, it said no valid target. It was likely trying to target Brandor, but as I quickly changed Brandor with Rebecca, he was no longer targetable. I did this on purpose in order to give you more technical possibilities. Of course, in mind that I meant for you to break your way around that. So you must always be aware of having to do it, or somehow, well, you get what I mean. Zenor is the hometown of Eric and Rebecca. It's just a small town. I did take a lot of effort to do this right. I always hate primitive towns, to be honest. Now I made Mariska actually respond to who's in the lead, and now she involved Eric, and basically they all react differently to that. Well, not too much to do crossroads again. I told you could unlock the human town with that, as well as the fairy town of Frendor and a secret dungeon. Now this looks cool. Not. I forgot to click. So that was why nothing was happening. The skeleton has also been placed here because the dungeon it originally belonged to, well, the fighting areas are no longer accessible. And yes, of course, Eric has 4 magic groups. I already revealed that, 4 dragons. So basically they will all bestow their powers onto Eric after I fought them, getting him 4 magic groups. Now, the fire element is the only element that he actually shares with Iravonia. The other 3 dragons are of a different nature than and not within the power scope of what Iravonia can do. Deal. But both girls don't have enough AP. Isn't that frustrating? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, all magic groups or all skill groups can go up a little bit when you guard. That is why Irrecoverably's fire magic went up by guarding. You shouldn't expect miracles from that, but hey, sometimes the timing can just cost the bit that you need it. I go on with the story, I will unlock the other city as well, and then go straight for the secret dungeon. I always stand a chance there. If not, I will come later in the video. Not very nice. Well, on the other hand, it allows me to cast a few extra healing spells, which will, of course, allow both Irrecoverably and Silagamka to get a few more points in their healing skills. I even made it a level up. And so did Irrecoverably. Now, their names are slightly pronounced different in the language of Phantasar. Eric is in the language of Phantasar pronounced as Eric. Close. Irrecoverably is pronounced in the language of Phantasar as Irrecoverably. Rebecca's name is pronounced as Rebecca. Just the emphasis on the last syllable. I'm not really going to do anything here except for making a save game. But at least it's on the world map now. Basically the same map as used for my other Fantasar games, since it is after all the same town. Back once more for the crossroads, and now for the secret dungeon. This dungeon won't appear on the world map. The crossroads is the only way to get there. Now, if you want to do that side quest later, there is a little trick that Rebecca can perform when not in combat. Let's see. If I click her non-combat action button, the entire encounter gauge will be depleted. Of course, you should always use that with care, as no encounters also needs no experience points. That happens to have a look, and here is the entrance to the secret dungeon. Well, let's save the game before I enter. This here is a seal in which an optional boss is sealed. You cannot open it in this stage of the game. So I will get to that when I actually can. Well, this sign is a warning. This house is cursed. Several people who entered could never come back out. As long as curse experts are still investigating this curse, entering this house is strictly prohibited. The Fairy Elder. Well, we are going to enter anyway. Now, of course, I can try to exit it, but that will lead to nothing. This is, of course, a portal to one of the extra dungeons that you can get for enough achievements over all my games. I'm not going to show that in this video. I will dedicate specific videos to those dungeons, but at least you know the exit is there. And this dungeon is called the Madhouse, true to its name. Magic disc that will help against confusion. Well, you know the drill now. Irrecoverably can fly over. This was a bit meant for the scary effect, having dead copies of your party members lying here. Of course, there are a few empty pedestals, but that is because I haven't yet recruited sorry, all party members yet. They will appear once they have joined. So this is one of the things that I did really think about. Yeah, well, clowns have often been associated with scary things. So coming up with a clown's face was actually just a nice thing to do in a dungeon like this. This dungeon was supposed to be crazy, but in a creepy way. difficulty of the side quests really depends on how far in the game you are. This is the first normal side quest to unlock, as the first chapter has none. Each chapter does have one side quest and the final even has a few more. Now of course the logical step to go here, in this illusion garden, would be to go here. But that will only reset the dungeon, just go back the way you came. This place was meant as a place where time and space was distorted. And here we will meet the boss. This is not a very large thing. Yeah, but nothing she can do about it. Well, Irrecoverably is also present, so perhaps she will have to a bit. Yeah, okay. Laziness. Well, let's not cancel that one, eh? Yeah, this boss, basically all enemies in this place were supposed to have high magic resistance and to have complete immunity for elemental attacks. After all, I did want to think a bit and to find stuff out. I don't really like to see that. If you missed some commentary, but the microphone spontaneously turned itself off. I don't know why. If so, my apologies. But I already had to throw away some recordings because of that issue. And if I do it now, I have too much time of recording to throw away. So I hope nothing vital was missed. A robe. Of course, who else but a priest would wear a robe? Oh, before I hit the exit, let's take that Traveler's Emblem, shall we? Enter Iscardania, which is an elfish town. I didn't have this town in the original setup of the game, but as I actually liked this town pretty much in how it turned out. And it being the hometown for Silacantra, I decided to add it anyway. There is of course a weapon store here. Let's see if I can buy something interesting here. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's buy 2 claymores. Fishes. Whip. 2 leather jackets. A mini skirt and priest's robe. Oh, that was above my budget. Well, that comes later. Claymore and a leather jacket. A mini skirt. Claymore and was I out of money? That's so. Of course, you can still sell stuff. Of course, I can sell that flame wand, but I prefer myself not to sell wands. Those are very special kinds of weapons. Did I forget to equip that whip? Well. Useless but valuable, hey, it is a lot of money. Let's see, did I... Yeah, I did equip the vicious whips. Apparently, I had two. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute, that's... the leather jacket and a priest's robe. And, well, then I'm set for now. Now, of course, you can go around town and hear people out. Most people actually say pretty much nonsensical stuff. However, you can, of course, still find this guy here. Valdar, which is Silakandra's old man. Now this is very nice to note that he says this. A human female who made her way with the sword. That's a wonderful thing. Humans should learn to value the talents of their females a bit better. And of course, this shows how hypocrite this is. Now, if I put Silakandra in the lead, this is actually based on my own relationship with my old man. Particularly the second sentence in this one. And if my old man is watching, well, once again, my opinion, this time said by Silakandra. No exceptions. Not going to read it out loud. It is too much of a personal thing for me. But I use the games I code and the novels I write to reflect on myself, but not only on myself, also on the people I met. get out of town and continue with the story in the elfish imperial castle. I was never fully happy with how the castle turned out. I think this could be done a lot better. But I guess it does the job. Now, I do have a portrait for Gabriel Pula. It was, however, somewhere deep in my archives when this game was developed. And when I finally recovered it, so I could put it in the remake of the fairy tale and in any other games where it appears, I forgot to put it in here. Which is, of course, pretty stupid. Bound to the group a little while longer, despite my Emperor's orders. Lady Seiya, mentioned by the Emperor, is a very important person in the Phantasar lore. She actually appears in several novels of mine. Well, let's save the game once more and then let's hit the two dragon caves, of which we now know their location.
Right. Before we go on with the game, I have in the meantime been trying to sort out why my commentary was suddenly silenced. During the boss fight with the creep in the madhouse, I had to break in the fight as I really needed a natural break. However, when I came back and resumed the recording, somehow the recording software saw fit not to turn on the microphone while it was configured to do so. I guess that is what you get for Microsoft products. But it is one of the few programs that can actually record this particular game. So I will have to continue with this software for now. The large portion of commentary that got lost is not recoverable. It would actually require me to start the whole game over, and I hope you can forgive me that I'm not going to do that. That would be a complete waste of time. So, I really don't know if you said anything important. I wiped that boss on purpose, as I already saw that my party was too weak to beat it. That's why I started to attack my own party members. Just to speed the process up, so to speak. And after that, I went on with the game towards the Imperial Castle. But I could note, of course, was that all the best armors that you could get at that time of the game could be found there. And of course, I've been doing a bit of shopping to get better weapons. And that brings us up to date, I think. I will from here just try to resume to find the 2 dragons like the Emperor instructed and pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, my apologies that this happened. I guess I should do some checkings before I record stuff.
Well, with that little side notice out of the way, let's continue the game. And yeah, I have checked. I see that the recording software denotes that the game is actually recording. Well, the hidden bushes gives access to 2 dragon caves. Actually, I was not really happy with how the dragon's mission turned out. However, the fact that Silacandra adds a bit of sarcasm into this saves the mission a bit and could actually turn this mission into a bit of satire to very typical classic fantasy missions. Well, this is the Green Dragon's Lair. Basically, the puzzle here is based on the famous cup game. But before I start to that, it is best to have all the notes collected. Well, that was very impressive. Not impressive at all, I see. Now basically all dragon caves are a bit based on the same mechanism. A giant hole to make your way through. A puzzle. Solving the puzzle will lead to the Guardian. And beating the Guardian will eventually lead to the room where you can find the dragon himself. Eric will have to prove his strength to that dragon by fighting it alone. And when successful, you will get the dragon and a new magic robe for him. And I already revealed that the puzzle here is based on the cup game. However, before you start to it, you won't know which of the bottles for this cup game is just the liquid that sends you through or which one is poison. These notes contain all the flasks that are poison, although there is a little rub because it is the cup game. So that is of course only the startup setting. After that you will have to watch the correct one, as everything will be mixed up. And perhaps you have already noticed that everything in this cave revolves around poison. Yes, the magic that Eric will learn in this place is most of all the control of poison, although he can also learn a few healing spells along the way, although he will never be as strong as Silagandra on the department of healing. It nevertheless doesn't hurt to have him able to work out on healing, I think. Number 2 is poisonous, that's good to know. Basically going after the 4 dragons is all that this chapter is about. Now, if I have obtained the 2 dragons before the final one, I might give it another go in the madhouse, just to see if I can this time defeat the boss. But let's first get that final note. And of course this table is the puzzle that will summon the boss and get me to the area where the dragon is. Well, that should do, I suppose. Oh, hello, kitty. Yeah, my cat wants my attention. it goes. Let's take 2, 3, 5. Now in the easy mode, these bottles will go slower and make less movements. In the hard mode, they will make more movements and go a bit faster. Quite sure at what point to cure for a poison in this particular boss fight. As, like I said, everything here revolves about poison. So basically you will just get yourself poisoned again rather quickly. Now the area where the dragon itself can be encountered is also roughly the same as in the case of the red dragon. The room where you would start up, this room can be used to grind some more experience should you need it. And of course here the room where the dragon itself can be found. I'm a dragon, I know everything. Again? Well, perhaps how I fought the previous boss gave a bit away how I can do this one. The music for the green dragon was the same as for the red dragon, and for the other two dragons the same story will actually apply. 10 green bottles are hanging on the wall. 10 green bottles are hanging on the wall, and of the 10 green bottles there is one that was old. Yeah. Well done, boy. I'm impressed. You really got talent in metal, my boy. And of course back to the mysterious forest, and north of here is the white. This mysterious forest just seems rather useless, but it has a function. And that function will be revealed soon enough. Well, let's first have this little secret passage. Now, I did have some complaints that some secret passages are unfindable. Yes, they may be, and that is actually done on purpose, as there is something about secret passages that will eventually come out in the third chapter, making finding them easier. Well, basically the puzzle here is over multiple rooms, getting yourself over the slippery, icy parts. As soon as you step onto them, you will always keep moving until you are on solid ground. Which I think this also gives us a clear view on that sucks. What elements to expect here? Also make it clear, this is all about the frost element. Now there is a shortcut here. You've seen it too, haven't you? I know that Eric can learn poison now, but let's focus first at more important matters. Like getting rid of those penguins, as those are very extremely dangerous animals. I mean, I don't have enough AP now to heal myself. poison cloud now. It missed, but who cares? And this is the big puzzle room that will also lead on to the boss. You really need a keen eye to choose the correct way, or you will fall down into the gorge and that will reset the puzzle. Flipping the switch over here will trigger the boss. Well, here goes. I guess using fire is only an obvious thing to do. At last, the recover spell. That is the stronger healing spell. Guess this was a very nice moment to learn that one, eh? Yeah, 80 is required for Quattro Power Strike. Ah, and bar shout. That is very cool. Everyone, power up. I guess the sleep was pretty short. Well, that was that. Next. Well, of course, this room for extra training in case you need it. And this is, of course, the way to the dragon. I'm a dragon. I know everything. Ah, Deja vu! Of course, it's fighting time. I guess it's only obvious that using fire may speed things up here. Yeah, let's just abuse the fact that it needs so long to perform that snowball. And then a quick strike. Da-da-da. Oh, you're gonna do that again? Well, let's just have a bit more. Yeah, I think I can go for that. Ah, I couldn't. certainly take another shot this time. And around here I can better go for cancel. Damn you! Wow. There's still other ways to do this. Did more damage than I had anticipated. Of course, not as much as a problem as it could be, but it does halve my money, and that is something I am less pleased about. Well, have a few encounters here then. Won't hurt that much. Let's see. Oh, I need 2 experience points to make that really count. that's some experience of. I mean, well, let's try it again. Eventually, I should be strong enough. Don't forget that my fire dragon power does increase this way. Do that more often. Really an issue. But again, well, this time he survives. Not likely to work, but hey, let's do it. Victorious. And that means, of course, that from this moment on I'm also able to perform Frost magic. Of course, this is a reference to I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. And Shacklock, the king of crime, will be stripping you clean. Now, his appearance here should not be considered canon. His appearance in my novel De Wraak van Eulalia, which translates to Eulalia's Revenge, should be considered canon. He is actually based on my own childhood. Like many boys, we played many hero stories, and of course, what is a hero without a villain? Shacklock became that villain. And he always turned out to be an idiot. Now, for this game's sake, it won't happen. In our original stories, Shacklock always ended his adventures in cow shit. His novel version awaits the same fate. Now all he can do is use his crystal blade, and that crystal blade can have some funny effects. Of course, it can also miss. Well, let's neutralize that. Well, you know, I too can do poison. I want to keep trying. Some bosses can be poisoned. You'll get them a lot of damage. I can tell you that. Just after all, oh yeah, let's make the wind blow. add Sherlock to the game? Well, basically, it's a kind of a tradition in RPGs to have a very annoying moron who keeps on coming back. Sherlock is put in that role. And the poison got to me. Well, I guess this should have some effect on the madhouse. And if I fail to get through the madhouse now, I will save that for the next chapter. What happened? We blinked. It was a cheap way to get him out, but also a way that would definitely work in his particular case. Sometimes the easiest solutions work the best. Something like a horse and coconuts. Oh, let's heal that. But hey, Eric did have a green dragon level. The goblin is the one going over Soul. Your new name is mid-boss is for defeating Sherlock. level for Rebecca. Well, perhaps she's capable to do more against that creep now. Of course, back then I didn't have Quattro Power Strike, and now I do. And of course, a few levels higher, that will also contribute to well, not going to explain that much about this place as I already did in the previous run through. Yeah, the experience points in optional dungeons can be significantly lower, except for the bosses. Of course, here in the madhouse, I went a bit crazy on that on purpose. Well, let's try it again, shall we? That was the random word for one of the four basis elements. Oh no, you're not going to do that. Yeah, washout is going to tax me too much. Nice going. Well, I have a few phoenixes right now. That was bound to happen, given the circumstances. I mean, when things are not going the way they should, you can count on it that yeah, there's not much she can do, I'm afraid. Am I really that weak? Oh no you don't, oh no you don't, oh no you don't. Yes you do, or... No, that was irrecoverably. Realize that I don't remember how much HP I gave this fellow. Oh, she's out of baby. No. That's taking care of that one. And the only prize is the Traveler's Emblem. I'm going slightly mad is the reward for solving the madhouse. And Jeepers Creepers is the reward for slaying the boss in this place. Yes, healing spells are not very friendly on the undead. That rule was at least upheld. Yeah, Deepest Creepers, that was the achievement for beating the creep. Let's not waste any more time here on the crossroads and go straight for the Black Dragon's Cave. Well, these are Durnor and Maria, originally characters added to the game by my former girlfriend. She withdrew them. When she left me, so I had to replace them by Durnor and Maria, who are not too far off their original counterparts in personality, although I did a few slight modifications. Maria cracking suggestive jokes is actually an important part in that one. I really don't think my ex-girlfriend would like her backstory behind those suggestive jokes though, although the game does not really go into the deep of that. Durnor will however be Silakandra's love interest. And there is of course a reason why both Durnor and Maria do not have double names as common for elves. These two will later join the group. Loads of denial, of course. I don't have to tell you where the inspiration comes from. That is the way people are. Despite being an elf, Silagandra shows herself no different. Well, this is then the Black Dragon Cave. Basically, the stuff is the same as before. A giant hall area, a puzzle, a guardian, then the dragon itself. As you can hear, no dedicated combat music here. It's a bit for more extra drama. That the music goes on and it is already music that actually fits the job quite well, don't you think? Now, make no mistakes about the enemies here. Those slimes may be easy, but there are a few enemies around here that can cause you a few headaches. So I merely put in those slimes to compensate for that. These shadows can be quite dangerous. For example. Why using fire magic on those slimes? As anything would be effective, well, that's basically just the need for, you know, training. Eric gets nearly all his spells from the dragons. Not all of them, there are a few that he will get by other means. The sacred power is very nice stuff. It causes a light attack, the only means of performing a light attack in this stage of the game, unless you are playing a new game plus. So I'd say treasure that powder. And don't use it unless you have to, or unless you manage to get quite a lot of that stuff. not going to heal this bunch. I love it when a plan comes together. Well, there is not much to say about the Black Dragon Cave, as it is just pretty much a regular approach. Like I said, I was never really happy with how I encountered the 4 dragons. I was actually glad when the last Dragon Cave was done during the development. Yet, in the end, the result wasn't all that bad. However, I think that the portion that comes next is by far more interesting in many ways. But I can't say too much about that without spoiling stuff. Ah, we're going over Soul, aren't we? Oh, it doesn't go so bad, does it? Of course, I told you at the end of this chapter the ultimate excuse for Silakantra to remain with the party for the rest of the game will be there. That is not really because of Durnor, I can tell you that. It was not like I had much other choice. And now let's see if I can take up Iravonia and Eric. Ugh. Yeah. Phew, at least Iravonia is saved. Because Silakantra has been silenced, that's why. Now, changing between the front and the back row is a quick way to get rid of status changes. That was originally a bug, but I kept it in and actually adapted the enemies to that. I know, that was cheap, but it worked. Not to mention, it actually forces you to change characters more often. So I guess in the end there was some good coming from that. No, you're not going to silence us this time. This was supposed to be the hardest of the 4 dragon dungeons, although I'm not quite sure if it is due to the strong enemies in the White Dragon Cave. Of course, most monsters there had a weakness for fire, and except for the enemies I placed in to compensate, none of these enemies have. Tsunami! It took me quite a while to get it effect convincing. that worked out nicely. Yeah, here I placed in a kind of a nice puzzle. Of course, you can only solve it if you already know a few things that have not yet been put in tutorials. What is nice to know, you can still put people who are in the back row in the lead. And of course, Cindy has her hook-on ability. So she can move over gaps like these. The next room is where the puzzle is located that you have to solve in order to fight the boss. Oh no, you're not gonna poison her. Animating Cindy in order to do that backflip was quite hard. I hope you like it, even though I did mess it up in a few things. Well, this shouldn't be a real problem, I guess. I actually placed this puzzle here because it's optional and because it was not tutorialized. It was just something that was for me to try if players would actually find out. Of course, now I've already demonstrated it. It should not really matter. I'm not quite sure how many people who actually watch the developers' commentary videos, but on the other hand, I see them included everywhere, so I guess they are quite popular. Well, let's go for the puzzle. Basically, this is just memory. Find the other tile depicting Iravonia, and that's not it. With every playthrough, the setup will be different. That's... So don't check a walkthrough to find out what is where, because that simply won't get you anywhere. I placed in Queen Shenda as the 8th character. This because the 8th official character is of course not yet introduced. There she is. Well, the last one is of course easy. And then once again immediately into the boss fight. Have an easy method to beat, and this was one of them. Would you have found that out without me demonstrating that? Yes, it was meant to have this cheesy method too. Well, let's save the game. You can see in the level overview that I took in mind that the level numbers could overlap, especially due to the usage of Roman numbers instead of Arabic numbers. it turned out to be a very wise thing to do. I mean, the height flipping in order to make all the level numbers always readable. The achievement Black Sabbath is of course for defeating the Black Guardian. I guess that was obvious. And well, then I think that the Black Dragon is waiting, so let's get ready to rumble. Of course, here we have a playground to get some new levels if needed. Now, as this is the 4th dragon, I really needed the sarcastic nature of Silagandra as a kind of comic relief here, in order to turn it into something funny that it was actually a bit cliche. I met chickens who were more dangerous than these guys. Well, are you ready, Eric? Fight that dragon. You've beaten 3 already. This one wasn't that hard for you. Go on, go on! Is she actually managing to outbluff that dragon? Yeah, I guess that was one of my more brilliant moments. Cheesy method. Very well, yeah, very well, Eric, well done, Eric, yeah, you got my power, Eric, yeah, go on, Eric. Could you please shut up for a while, you're getting on my nerves. Am I? Well, then keep it brief, will ya, the sooner you'll be rid of me. The enemy is right on your doorstep as we speak. And make sure that annoying elf never enters my lair again. Well, let's use a different spot. As soon as I leave the Black Dragon Cave, there's one more event and that will end this chapter. once the enemy pops up. My name is Rondamo of the Order of Onyx at your service. Nothing personal, but the fate of the girl is unfortunate. But hard as I may sound, not my concern. I'm simply ordered to bring Eric into custody alive. For you see, the world is a lot bigger than you can imagine, and there is somebody with the power to do great things with that. But why should I trouble myself with explaining you all that? I don't think you're sophisticated enough to understand. Sophisticated is a word that he really likes to stress a lot. Well, Rebecca will go off for help, and Eric and Brandor will be left to fight this guy. So basically, the party is as good as dissolved. We are in a very nice situation here, aren't we? Now, you cannot win this fight against Rondamo. Don't even try. As soon as this battle is lost, this chapter will end. And in order not to show you the slightest spoiler of what comes next, I will then also immediately terminate this video. That being said, I will say goodbye now. Next week, same time, same channel. The next chapter. Then we will see how the story goes next. Nice cliffhanger, eh? Bye-bye! Yeah, when he says this, he is going to use a super move and immediately end the battle. Once again, I will immediately terminate the battle, the video after this battle is lost. So, once again, goodbye. Next week, the third chapter, same time, same